Hello, good afternoon. Welcome to European Higher Education Fair Indonesia 2020 Goes Online. This is Institution Webinar Series. My name is Lukman and I'm going to be moderating this webinar. This first session will be presented by the representative from UCL, University College London. Please stay tuned until the end of this webinar because we will have a Q&A session. If you have any questions about the presentation or anything related to UCL, you can submit your question in our YouTube's comment section anytime throughout the presentation. Please welcome Ms. Analek from UCL. The time is yours.
Hello, hi, thank you for that welcome. Hopefully you can hear me okay. Thank you so much for joining me today. Normally in normal times, I would be in Indonesia at this time of year to attend this event in person. So sadly, we can't do that this year, but I'm so pleased we still have the opportunity to connect virtually. So let's crack on with the presentation. I'll just share my screen. Here we go. Great. My name's Hannah. I work for the international office at UCL. I've been there for about 8 years now. Can't believe it's been quite that long. But for most of that time, my focus has been our recruitment of students in Southeast Asia. Very familiar with your region, with Indonesia. And the purpose of this presentation today is to give you a really good overview about UCL, some insights into what makes us a little bit different, the opportunities that you might have, and I'll touch on applications as well. So kind of the key things that we're looking for when we assess applications. And then there will be time for questions at the end. So I hope you find it useful. Great. So I'm sure as you're starting to do your research into universities and attending events like this, you've got so much choice and lots of fantastic universities to explore and to choose from. So reassuring, I think, to know that, UCL is consistently really highly ranked in the various rankings that there are. And probably the one we're most proud of is QS, that ranks the top 10 universities in the world. And we are number 10. So you can be confident that a degree from UCL is really going to be internationally recognized. It's really going to serve you well. So whatever you decide to do after your studies, whether it's to return to Indonesia or to move elsewhere in the UK or throughout the world, that UCL degree is going to really help you for your next step. So I'm going to give you a little overview about UCL, what makes us a little bit different. And to start with, it's our world impact. So yes, we're attracting the best students from around the world. We're attracting the best academic staff as well. So they're really focused on their research that's really going to make an impact in the world. And we really want to make sure that that research is available to our students as well. So we have various schemes on the Connect curriculum that enables students to have access to this world-leading research and to get involved, to work with researchers, and to get involved in all the exciting research opportunities that we have. Okay, so this is just an example of what some of our researchers have been up to in the past few months. So the academic voice at UCL does get into the press all the time, every day. So journalists come to our academics for opinions on politics, climate change, COVID, all kinds of different things. Everyone knows that UCL academics, they are at the forefront of what they're researching, and they have key things to say, and journalists really do seek out their opinions. So UCL is known as London's global university, and that's for a number of different reasons. So yes, we attract the best students from around the world, the best academic staff. So our campus is very global, with students from over 150 different countries. And we also have very central London location as well. And London itself is very cosmopolitan. So you're in a great place to explore not just kind of British ideas or European culture, but it's very much a global focus as well. So I mentioned, 10th in the world, so definitely one that we're really proud of, particularly that QS ranking. Okay, now I want to just give you a little bit of background and history about UCL. I promise it's interesting. So we're definitely what we would say the home of disruptive thinking. We do want to do things a bit differently. We do want to shake things up a bit. We're not just learning what distinguished academics have taught us about these key subjects. We really want to develop our own and new ideas, approach topics and research areas in new and interesting ways, have lots of great collaboration across the university, and just discover some really interesting things. And this is really right from our foundings. So this figure on the screen here is a man called Jeremy Bentham, and he was a kind of philosopher, social reformer who was alive around the time of UCL's founding. And his key ideas, key philosophy that he's known for is utilitarianism, which means the greatest good for the greatest number. And that's one of UCL's kind of founding philosophies, founding principles. So that's this idea of opening up education to students regardless of their background. So we were the first university to accept women in equal terms as men, and we were the first to accept students regardless of their social class and their religious background as well. And that was quite unusual at the time, and not everyone was happy about it. But we definitely keep that spirit alive today through new ways of doing things, new programs, and pioneering research. So that kind of disruption to education, doing things a bit differently, has been very much what we've been doing since our creation in 1826. So yeah, we're a large university by UK standards, offering lots of different subject areas and lots of research areas too, but we do have a focus. So all of our research is focused on one of these 6 areas. So these are the key challenges that all of our research is directed in. So that means that it has a lot of impact by having this focus. And it does mean that all across the university, there's some great collaboration. So, for example, in global health, you're not just going to be having medics, but you're going to be having pharmacists, lawyers, entrepreneurs. How do we get, or social scientists as well, all working collaboratively to solve these global problems. So it makes it a really exciting and interesting place to be. And lots going on our campus at the moment as well. So our campus is open right now to students, but unfortunately, because of COVID times, kind of contact hours are a little bit shorter at the moment, and yes, not quite as vibrant as it normally would be, but hopefully by the time you come to UCL, it will be more or less back to normal. So yeah, in terms of our facilities and resources, it really is fantastic. This image on the right here is our new student centre, which opened last year. So it's a really beautiful central space with 1,000 study spaces. So it's a really great place to come if you're kind of working on a project with a group of students. You don't want to be in the library, you want a bit more of an open space. That's a great place to go. And then on the left here, this is an image of our new campus that's opening very soon in East London, which is on the former Olympic Park site. It is going to have quite a focus on technology and very much at the master's level. So it will just be a small subject area, at least initially. But whatever subject you're studying, you will be able to use their resources, their facilities, and enjoy the space there. So what can you study at UCL? So it's too many to say, really. So at the undergraduate level, we have over 200 different programs. And at the master's level, 400 different programs. And then we have lots of research PhD opportunities as well. So far too many to tell you about today, but they all fit within one of these subject areas on the screen. So you can see we do really offer the spectrum. So from arts and humanities through to social sciences, laws, engineering, medicine. So hopefully within this list here, you'll see ones that kind of seem particularly interesting to you. So really popular ones with our Indonesian students would be the built environments. That's where we offer architecture, but also things like urban design, city planning, smart cities, that kind of thing. Engineering sciences is also very popular, and education studies. So we do offer kind of teacher training, teaching English, and also things like linguistics. That tends to be quite popular with Indonesian students as well. But yeah, hopefully something on the screen that sounds interesting to you. But what links all of our programs is that we're really teaching you how to think, not what to think. Really helping you to develop these skills to be an independent, critical thinker, so that you're really having these skills that are going to be valuable to you beyond your degree. So your UCL degree, we really want to be really valuable. The skills you're really using every day, still in 10, 20 years' time. So there's a real emphasis on that critical thinking. And what's key to that is small class sizes. So we actually have the second best staff student ratio in the UK. It's typically 1 to 10. So you will still have large classes, but in your smaller kind of seminar groups, tutorials, you'll be in much smaller groups. So it's a really great kind of conducive, small environment, friendly environment for you to develop your ideas and your skills and to connect with your fellow classmates and academic staff too. So it's a really fantastic small learning environment. So, we'd obviously love you to come to UCL, work really hard, and really enjoy your time with us, really make the most of it and get involved in the UCL community. So while we are looking for academically very bright students, we are also looking for, those students who are going to get involved in the student community, who are going to join clubs and societies and really enjoy student life at UCL. And we're in a fantastic position for you to be able to do this. So I'm sure some of you are familiar with London already, or perhaps not so much, but just to give you an overview of where we are, you can see us at the bottom of the screen here. So we're located in an area called Bloomsbury. It's known as the literary heart of the city. And that's because famous writers like Charles Dickens and Virginia Woolf used to live here. And we're very close to the British Library and the British Museum. And just to give you an idea of scale, so you can see the River Thames in the background here, so where Tate Modern is. And it might look far on the map, but it probably takes less than 30 minutes to walk from UCL to the river. So the centre of London really is quite compact. And if you're on your walk from UCL to the river, you'd go past the British Museum, some other key sites such as Covent Garden, a theatre district, the Royal Courts of Justice, Oxford Street, one of the busiest shopping streets. So yeah, you will get to know central London really well. It's really easy to just walk around. Obviously, public transport's pretty good too. So yeah, definitely our Indonesian students do say to us that within a few weeks of being on campus, they've walked more than they have in months back home, just because it is really easy to get around. And one of my favourite things about the area is that it's a very green space as well. So you can see on the screen there are various public parks and gardens, but just off the screen as well is Regent's Park. So it's one of the biggest parks in London. It's where a London Zoo is. There's an open air theatre in the summer. So I think we're really lucky to have the central London location, but still have access to lots of green space as well. And that community feel is really key at UCL. So we are lucky to have the central London location, but to still be a campus-based university. So, we're very different from a traditional campus. So, for example, we're quite different from Universitas Indonesia. So, we're not in an enclosed area. We're very much part of the city, but almost all of the UCL buildings are in one area. So, as you're walking around Bloomsbury, most of the buildings and the students you're seeing are going to be related to UCL. So it's, really nice environment to be in. And then I mentioned those small class sizes as well. So that just really means you will get to know the other students on your program and the academic staff in your department really well. And you'll be able to get involved in all kinds of different activities and really enjoy your time with us. And our accommodation as well is mostly within 15 minutes walk of campus. So again, that's quite unusual really, to be a city centre university, but still have our accommodation right nearby as well. And we do guarantee it for first year students. There are a few conditions, but yeah, primarily if it's your first time in London and you apply before our deadlines, then we can guarantee you UCL accommodation. Now, a little bit about the UCL community and just kind of the scale that we're on. So yeah, as I did mention, we are one of the larger universities in the UK, but because we have that campus and because we have the small class sizes, we do have that strong community feel. And we're very international. So 48% of our students are international, coming from over 150 different countries. So when you are in your small classes, maybe a group of 10 students, nearly half of the class are going to be from all over the world. So we think that really enhances your studies. They're going to have different viewpoints, different approaches to the subject, different experiences. So it's really enriching your studies in that way. And it also means you're going to have a great network of students across the world once you graduate. So you can see at the top of the screen here, we've got over 300,000 alumni worldwide. And our Indonesian Alumni Society are fantastic. They're quite active. They get together regularly. So they're a great bunch. So yeah, you'll be part of that as well, even after you finished UCL. In terms of our academic staff as well, 35% international. So, these brilliant researchers, they're not only attracted to the name of UCL and our central London location, but they're attracted to our resources, our facilities, our research funding, and just the opportunities that they have in a larger university and those connections they can make with other staff and other researchers across different disciplines. And we're very well connected with other institutions worldwide as well. So over 150 agreements for kind of study abroad. And it's something we really encourage. So 32% of students last year did spend some time overseas at one of our partner institutions. So that might be for a summer school, or it might be a semester, or perhaps a whole academic year. So again, adding another experience, another dimension to your studies. And that's really great. If you're perhaps unsure about going to the UK or the US, you could still come to the UK, have that shorter length of degree, but have a briefer experience in the US perhaps. Or if you wanted to explore another part of Asia or Europe, you could have that opportunity while still graduating with a UK degree. So something to bear in mind if you're looking for that extra dimension to your studies. Okay, so a big part of university life in the UK is joining clubs and societies. So obviously, your academic studies must come first, but it is a fantastic opportunity to make new friends outside of your subject area, to try new things, to explore your interests, or perhaps continue what you already do. So we don't have classes on Wednesday afternoons. So that's your opportunity to perhaps play sports if that's what you're interested in, and play competitively against other universities, or just to take part in other interests that you have. We do have a fantastic Indonesian society as well. So they do all kinds of film nights, trips to theatres, celebrate key festivals. They're very active, and they're a really great bunch of students as well. And at the moment, I believe we have around 170 Indonesian students at UCL. Probably at the postgraduate level, doing a master's degree, it's probably about 70-30 split between postgraduate and undergraduate. And the numbers are growing all the time, which we're really pleased about. So although you'll be meeting students from all over the world, I think it is nice to know that there will be a core group of fellow Indonesians. So you will be able to, talk about home and seek out all the Indonesian food in London, of which there are a lot. So do explore and do enjoy. And as we are in central London, obviously we do have fantastic facilities on our campus, but you can, London is your classroom. You can study anywhere, get inspiration anywhere. So from traditional London, the kind of images you would expect, to the exciting new things that are going on as well. Now, we know coming to the university, particularly if it's your first time overseas or significant time overseas, then you might have some concerns, some worries. So we do want to reassure you that student support and wellbeing is a really big part of what we offer at UCL. We don't just want you to come to UCL and, do okay. We want you to really thrive at UCL, to really enjoy your time with us, get a good degree, and feel really supported. So we do that in a number of ways. We have various mentoring schemes, so kind of peer-to-peer mentoring. We have a really great international student support team. So they do a 1-week orientation at the beginning of the year when you first join us. So they help you with the practical things like visas and opening bank accounts, but also kind of social events and kind of getting you familiar with studying and study skills in the UK. And then our wellbeing team offer all kinds of kind of formal support should you need some help kind of health-wise or with counselling. But they're also there just to help to create a culture at UCL where we're all really comfortable talking about our wellbeing and, helping our peers, helping our fellow students. So, if we notice someone struggling a little bit, we know how to help them or where to direct them to get help. So there is that culture of helping each other and having good, strong well-being. So there's lots of awareness raising days and lots of initiatives that the wellbeing team do. And definitely the therapy dogs is everyone's favorite. So it can be a little bit chaotic, but sometimes there are days on campus when they bring the therapy dogs in and everyone really enjoys that. And as an international student, as part of your student visa, you do pay a fee that enables you to access our National Health Service. So that will be covered while you're studying with us. And we do have doctors on campus, but depending on where your accommodation is, you might be registered with one a bit closer to where you're living. But yeah, in terms of health and well-being, we've definitely got you covered. So thinking ahead now, so obviously, you're starting your university career or going for that master's degree because you're ambitious, because you want to do well in your life and go on to really interesting things. And that's really important to us as well. So a big part of our time, as well as supporting you during your studies, is making sure you feel really prepared for that next step after UCL. So we have quite a large careers team that do all kinds of things to help you with that. So they run all kinds of careers fairs throughout the year. We have things like sector themed weeks. So there might be a week all about working in banking and finance, or a week all about working for charities, NGOs. So it's an opportunity for you to go along to events, meet with employers, network, go to skills workshops, just explore that career path to see if it's something interesting to you. And the career service can also have that one-on-one time with you, help you develop your ideas, do practice interviews with you, help you with your CV, your resume. They do all kinds of coaching, offering internships. The list is endless, really. But I would say when it comes to careers, it is something you have to be a little bit proactive about. You're not going to be made to go to these events, or, it is up to you to take the initiative to go along to the events, to sign up for workshops and fairs and that kind of things. But yeah, do be reassured that all of these resources are there for you if you seek them out. Okay, so for the final 10 minutes, I just want to talk briefly about how to get into UCL, what we're looking for, and the application process. So yeah, I'd say that the typical UCL students are brave thinkers. They're not afraid to think about the subjects in new and interesting ways. They have a global perspective. They're curious, open-minded, and independent and resilient as well. Education in the UK is very much about critical thinking, you developing your ideas, your approaches to the subjects. So yeah, it does require a little bit of independence and resilience as well. Okay, so I'll start with undergraduate applications first. So if you're in high school at the moment and you're wanting to study abroad for your undergraduate, your bachelor's degree, the application process to UCL is the same for all UK universities. So at the undergraduate level, you don't apply to the universities directly. You make one application through the UCAS website, and that one application can be sent to up to 5 different universities or courses. So it is a bit more limited at the undergraduate level. You could only apply for 5 UK universities, but it's much more streamlined. It's quite an easier way to apply. And then there are key deadlines on the screen to bear in mind. So that, again, this is the same for all UK universities. And with a key deadline to bear in mind is the 15th of January each year, which is the key final deadline. So what we're looking for at the undergraduate level is either A-levels, so we're looking for high achievement in 3 A-levels, or high achievement in the IB diploma, but we also do accept quite a number of other international qualifications as well, so from the US, for example, but lots throughout Europe and beyond. Unfortunately, we don't accept the local Indonesian high school qualification for direct entry into our bachelor's degree. But if you do well in your high school in Indonesia, then you may be eligible to join our 1-year foundation program, which is like a preparation year before you can take on a bachelor's degree. And I'll touch upon that in a moment. So yeah, as well as high grades, we also look for a personal statement, like a motivation letter. And this is really, really key. If you're applying to the competitive universities like UCL, we are lucky that we receive a high number of applications from really well qualified students. So it is the personal statement that really helps us to distinguish between the different students and to see which ones would be the right fit. So in the personal statement, we want it to be mostly academically focused. So 75% of the personal statement should be all about why you want to study law, for example. So we want to know why you want to study law. What about it is it that's interesting to you? What particular area? What has informed this decision? And we're hoping that you've done something beyond the classroom related to it as well. So there might have been some further reading you've done. There might have been some cases you've been following in the news. You may have done some work. There might have been a change in the law or legislation in your country that you found really interesting and you found a bit more about that. So, really do demonstrate that you've gone that little bit further to explore that subject area. So yeah, at the undergraduate level, 75% focused on the program you're applying for. And then the rest of it, the other 25%, that's when you can tell us about your hobbies, your interests, that kind of thing. But try to keep that quite brief. Mostly we're looking for your academic motivation. That's the really key thing. The UCAS website, and as well as the UCL, has lots of advice about the personal statement. But yeah, this is the key thing to bear in mind. And then I mentioned our foundation program. So yes, we do have that if you're doing the local Indonesian high school qualification. So if you are interested in our foundation program, there's information on the screen here, and you can ask questions about that if you have any at the end. Okay, graduate applications. So graduate applications in the UK, you can make them directly to the university. So you can do it online through the UCL website. Each program has a slightly different deadline, but most of them are around June time. But we always encourage early applications because we do make offers on a rolling basis. So it definitely does happen that some of the more popular programs may become full before the deadline. So definitely do get the application in as early as you can. So with the application, we're also looking for a personal statement, that motivation letter. So that's you telling us, for example, why you want to do mechanical engineering. What about it is it that's interesting to you? What particular area? Why you want to do it at UCL? Why at graduate level? Why in the UK? And a bit about your career aspirations as well. So, why would this degree be really beneficial to you? How does it kind of fit into your plans? Yes, and then we also ask for the contact details for 2 referees. We do prefer that at least one of those referees is an academic reference, and then the second one can be a professional reference. And then we do ask for an English language certificate as well. So IELTS is probably the most common, but we do accept a variety, and you can view those on our website as well. So in terms of entry requirements, all of our master's degrees either require an upper second class UK bachelor's degree or a second class UK bachelor's degree. And this is the equivalent on the screen here. So we're looking for either a 3.0 GPA from Indonesia or a 3.3 GPA. So it will depend on the subject that you're applying for. So when we make our decision, we'll first look at your grades. So if you finished university, we'll have your final grades. If you're still in your final year of university, we'd like to see the transcript of the results you've achieved so far so that we can see that you're on track to meet those entry requirements. And then we use that in collaboration with your references and your motivation letter to decide whether we want to make you an offer. And I think there is sometimes a confusion between the difference between conditional and unconditional offers. So basically, if you apply and you've made a really strong application, you meet all of our entry requirements, we'd love to have you on our course, then we'll give you an unconditional offer. If you apply, you've made a really strong application, but you haven't finished university yet, so you haven't met that final GPA, or you haven't taken your English language test just yet, then we will give you a conditional offer. So that means you've got a place on the program on the condition that you do meet our entry requirements before you start at UCL. And then once you've met those offer conditions, then your offer is updated from conditional to unconditional. So a conditional offer, it's still very much a real offer. We're never going to take that away from you. It's your offer. But there are conditions attached, and you absolutely do have to meet the requirements before you join us at UCL. It is possible to defer your entry as well. So if you get an offer from UCL and then it's just getting a bit too close to the deadline and you haven't quite sorted your English, or perhaps you're still applying for a scholarship, it is possible to defer your entry by 1 year. So joining us the following September, but no more than 1 year. So you do have that flexibility as well. Okay, so I think that's coming to an end now. So we'll come into questions in a moment. But yeah, just to summarize really, if you're thinking about UCL, great choice. So I think the key things to bear in mind as UCL is that we're very much internationally recognised. You've got lots of opportunities in terms of what you want to study. You've got the central London location, the campus university, small class sizes, lots of ways to help you with your well-being, enjoying your time with us, and a fantastic careers service for those next steps. I'm conscious that I didn't talk about fees and scholarships, so just very, very briefly, because I'm sure there'll be questions about that. So the tuition fees do vary for each program. So it's the easiest thing is just to look on the UCL website for the program you're interested in, and it will tell you the tuition fee. In terms of scholarships, mostly our students from Indonesia will be with LPDP or Chevening. We do have a few scholarships at UCL, but they are much more limited. They're more tuition fee discounts rather than full scholarships. But I can give you more detail about that if there are questions. So thank you very much. I know that's lots of information to take in. So yeah, really appreciate you joining me today, and happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you very much for the impressive presentation. It's really interesting to know all the information about UCL. Now we are down to
Good.
our question and answer session. So if our watchers have any questions, you can type them down on our YouTube's comment section. Let's get started to the first one. How is the PhD application process? Do we have to
Hmm.
search for our professor, or how is the application process for that?
Great question. Yeah, so PhD is a little bit different, and there are two ways to apply. So there are some programs where you're doing your PhD, you're supporting an existing area of research at UCL, and it's a bit more straightforward. You just make an application to UCL. So that's probably the first step, is to look on our website for the list of the PhD programs. And if there's an area of research that matches yours, you can just apply, and it's straightforward through the website. But then probably most common is the speculative applications. That's where you look at that list of our existing PhD programs, and doesn't quite match your area of research, not quite what you want to study. So then you would make kind of an independent application. And that is where you do need to find a supervisor first. So we've got lots of guidance about this on our website, but what we really recommend is that you do take the time to kind of identify a supervisor whose areas of research most aligns to yours. And you can just send them an email initially, just saying, I'm interested in doing a PhD at UCL. This is what I want to focus on. This is what I want to research. This is why I'd love you to be my supervisor. Would that be a possibility? So once you get that relationship going, then you write your research proposal, and only at that point do you submit your application. So we have those two routes for PhD. So either the direct application, if your area of research is listed, or the speculative application.
Okay, thank you. The next one. Is it possible to take a postgraduate program that doesn't relate it to the undergraduate?
Yeah, definitely. It does depend. So I would say probably the things like, so some of the sciences, some of the medicine and the more clinical programs do require you to have a background in that subject. But lots of programs, particularly in the social sciences, are much more flexible. So it's definitely possible to go into a different area. So it will be clear in the entry requirements what they would be expecting from students. But I would say for kind of arts and humanities, social sciences, it is much more flexible in terms of the backgrounds of the students. But the ones where you're going straight into a master's degree in physics, for example, you would have to have a strong background in that. So yeah, the kind of clinical or more science and engineering based programs, you would have to have a background in that area.
Okay, thank you. Now let's talk a little bit about living in London. Can you tell us the average living cost there?
Absolutely. So, I mean, definitely London is an expensive city, particularly compared to other parts of the UK. So it's definitely really important to think about it before you apply, just to make sure it is a realistic option for you. But I do think if you're ever going to live in London, being a student is absolutely the best time in terms of the cost of accommodation, all the discounts you get as a student. You get lots of discounts on public transport, food, accommodation, all of that. In terms of living costs, it does vary, but I would say kind of UCL average costs are about £200 a week. But it does depend on if you've got your own room, if you're in a shared flat. if you eat out all the time, that kind of thing. So it does depend on lifestyle a little bit as well. But we do have like a lifestyle kind of calculator on our website, so that you can work out that kind of thing. So I'd say, yeah, it is expensive. Something you definitely have to budget and be careful with your money, but it's, I think, less expensive than people first think. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. The next one. Is there any fully funded scholarship for undergraduate or postgraduate from UCL?
So unfortunately, we don't offer full scholarships. So we do have some. It's very limited at undergraduate. There's more available at postgraduate level, but where we have them, it's mostly tuition fee discounts rather than full scholarships or contributions to living costs. So as I said, most of our Indonesian students would be on a scholarship with LPDP or Chevening. Definitely the most common there. But if you do want to apply for a UCL scholarship, you would usually do that after you've received an offer for a UCL degree program. And we do have a scholarships page on our website. And from there, you can filter your country, your level of study, and the program you're interested in. And a list of scholarships will come up, ones that you might be eligible for. So, and you can definitely look ahead to see what you might be eligible for there. But yeah, please do be aware that it is limited, and it won't be a full scholarship, unfortunately.
Okay, the next one. We're still in the pandemic time. Will
Mm,
the 2021 academic year be held online? And do you offer full online or virtual programs?
good question. Well, I think I need a crystal ball for 2021. Well, it's all sounding quite positive, isn't it, with the vaccine? So yeah, so how it's working at the moment is we've got a combination. So our campus is open and students are having face-to-face teaching, but it is much more limited than normal. So we're guaranteeing 2 hours of teaching on campus for those students who are on campus, and then everything else is online. But we definitely do have students who haven't been able to travel to the UK for whatever reason. So we have made sure that all of their learning is available online to them. So we've kind of got that hybrid model at the moment. So we can definitely do that for 2021 if necessary, but we're really hoping things will be by that time back to normal, and we will be fully back on campus. But what we have learnt means that we can be flexible. If things change, if plans change, we can take things online, offline. But I think, yeah, we're, as much as online is fantastic, I think we're all looking forward to having that face-to-face, being back in real life, and learning together.
Yeah, finger crossed. Okay.
Yeah.
Uh, Next question. Since you handle most of the Southeast Asian students, what do you think would be a challenge for us once we move there?
Ooh, good question. Well, I think I would say there's one particular thing. I just think it is a slightly different approach in the UK, our approach to teaching. The things I mentioned, those kind of independent study skills, I would say, well, my advice would be really don't be shy about asking for help. We want our students to do well, and it's not going to, I think, particularly if students are on a scholarship, perhaps they're a bit nervous about asking for help if they're struggling with academic studies or, feeling homesick or that kind of thing. So just really encourage students to, chat to their fellow classmates, chat to their academic staff, their personal tutor, the wellbeing team, academic support team. So if you are having any issues at all, really feel that you can speak to us really early on before it becomes a bigger problem. I think most students are absolutely fine, but yeah, definitely don't be afraid. All these facilities and teams are there to help you. And I'd also just really encourage students to be open to opportunities, get involved in clubs and societies, make friends with the Indonesian society as well as all the others, and just, yeah, really get involved in things and enjoy your time. Will be a bit of a learning curve for sure. Managing your time, making sure your academic studies come first, and balancing everything. The weather could be a bit of a challenge as well. That's definitely a bit of a shock there. But yeah, I think we are lucky in London as well, having that central London location, and that it's very international. Lots of opportunities for you to get Indonesian food, which I love as well. So yeah, just don't be afraid to ask for help, and get involved in as much as you can.
Okay, that's so helpful. Uh, unfortunately, are very short on time. Uh, can you tell us your website, email, or anything if our watchers want to approach?
Absolutely. So the main UCL website is just ucl.ac.uk. And on the homepage, there is the link to our prospectus, which is where all of the program information that we talked about is. It's really easy to navigate all the programs, the tuition fees, how to apply, that kind of thing. Please do reach out to our team at any time, any questions you might have. And the email address is study@ucl.ac.uk. And then me and a few colleagues will be at the EHEF for the next couple of days. So yeah, really please do come along and chat to us, ask us all your questions, and yeah, we'll be really happy to help you.
Okay, thank you. That's the end of our Q&A session. Just a reminder, you can connect later on to the website of UCL. Thank you so much, Miss Hannah Lek
Great.
from
Thank
UCL.
you. And thank you for moderating. Great job. Thank you.
I'd like to remind you all that there's going to be a virtual fair this Friday and Saturday. You'll be able to consult directly and ask for the information related to your study. Kindly access event.ehef.id. All the information will be there. Bye for now, and we'll see you again later on. Hello, welcome back. Welcome to European Higher Education Fair 2020 Indonesia Goes Online. This is Institution Webinar Series. My name is Lukman and I'm going to be moderating for this webinar. This second session will be presented by University of Bath. Please stay tuned until the end of our webinar because we will have a Q&A station. And if you have any questions related about the presentation or University of Bath, you can just submit your questions in our YouTube's comment section anytime throughout the presentation. And now, please welcome Mr. Farman from University of Bath. The time is yours.
Right, so thank you, Lukman. Hopefully we are now ready to go. I'm going to share my screen with you. I'm going to be talking very generally about the University of Bath. Obviously, I'd be happy to talk about the university for hours, but I'm not going to do that for you today. I will keep things more general. Hopefully, if any of you are interested in finding out more about specific courses or how things might affect you, then we'll have the opportunity to do that later on. So I'm really looking forward to this opportunity. We would have loved to have been there in person, but unfortunately, it's not possible to do that at the moment for understandable reasons. Hopefully, this will nevertheless still be interesting for you. So the first thing I'm going to do is to speak about Bath itself and why you should be considering Bath as one of your study options. In terms of the location, we are located in the southwest of England. We are just on the edge of the Cotswold Hills. We are, to be very precise, 83 minutes by train to central London. So we're quite close to central London, about 12 minutes to Bristol, another large city close to us. We are about 40 minutes to Stonehenge by car, which might be particularly interesting for those of you who are interested in engineering. And also we're about 2 hours from Heathrow Airport. So it's quite easy to get around if you're based in Bath as a city. We are also a UNESCO World Heritage City. There are only 2 of those in the whole of Europe, Bath and Venice. So you can already imagine from that how interesting it is from a historical perspective, how much beauty there would be. The whole city is designated a UNESCO World Heritage City. It does attract a lot of tourists. It takes its name from the original Roman baths that you can see in the background on the screen there, which are about 2,000 years old. And as a student, you would be able to visit those complexes free of charge. Bath is also the second safest university city in England, according to the Complete University Guide. You can see in the background there some of the typical Regency architecture that the city is very famous for. We've just got some scenes here from the city. It's not a very large city. The population is just under 100,000. It's very easy to navigate. And you can see that despite its size, it's something of a cultural hub. There are lots of festivals and activities and things that take place around the city that you'll be able to join, as well as, of course, the opportunities that you'll have in the university itself. So here you can see a campus photo. The University of Bath has one single main campus, which is about 2 kilometers from the city of Bath, which is just at the top of the screen there. We have buses that go into the city directly every few minutes throughout the day. We've got here some of the sporting facilities that you can see at the bottom of the screen. These are residential accommodation areas here, and you've got the main parts of the teaching areas, the library, and so on in the main part of the campus up here. The campus has about 12 or 13 different places to eat. There are 2 banks, there's a doctor's, a dentist's, a supermarket with international food. So there's lots of different things that you can do on the campus to sustain yourself. It's also a campus that we're investing in. So you can see in the background there the new School of Management building, which will be open for those of you studying those courses who are entering in 2021. That's when it's due to open. So the university over the last few years has invested in its campus at a rate of about £1 million per week on average. So there's a lot of ongoing investment taking place in Bath to make things even better than they are at the moment. One of the big attractions for students when they're first looking at Bath, when they first hear about Bath, is the rankings. So in terms of the rankings, we are actually in the top 10 for all 3 of the main national rankings. In the UK, we have the Guardian University Guide, the Complete University Guide, and the Times and Sunday Times Guide. They use slightly different criteria to decide on how they should rank UK universities. And we are actually ranked in the top 10 for all of those, which is not just reassuring for you as a student because of the quality of the value of the degree that you will have at the end of it, but also in terms of knowing that certainly based on how things are at the moment, whichever league table your future employer was looking at when trying to judge the quality of your university that you attended, you can be sure that it would reflect positively on the university. A little more on rankings now. So we also have the TEF Gold, which is the highest ranking you can get for teaching excellence. We are ranked 4th in the UK for student experience and also 5th for graduate prospects. These are all the most recent rankings. We are also ranked 5th for employment after a period of time, 15 months. We're ranked 4th for graduate starting salaries as well. And also we are 2nd in the UK for the number of students taking a placement or studying abroad. That's a real feature, particularly of the undergraduate courses that we offer, where all of them allow you some form of a work placement or the option of studying overseas. So it really enhances your qualifications when you go for interview, when you hit the job market after completing your degree, if you choose to take one of those options. In terms of the connections with industry, this is quite an important feature of what we can offer. So that is very much built into our DNA as a university. It's a real feature that we work very closely with industry and with commerce. You'll see that thread throughout all of the courses at Bath. There's lots of practical elements to it, lots of real life examples. We have guest lectures. We've got some actual projects which you might be assessed on, which are based on real examples given to us by different companies that we work with. So that's a real feature of the courses that we offer. In terms of the connections that we have, you see some of the companies that we work with there. And there's a nice quote there from the creative lead at Google, who said that one of the key strengths from Bath students is that they are well-rounded and they're not just academic. They have an understanding of the real world and the importance of that. In terms of the students that we have, how many students, we've got about 18,000 students overall as a university. You can see that the vast majority of those are undergraduate, because of course those courses are longer. We also have obviously students studying postgraduate courses and research courses as well. And we've also got a lot of international students. We've got about 130 different nationalities that are typically represented at the university. Over 30% of the students in a normal year are actually from outside of the UK. So what actual courses do we offer? You can see here that we have 3 different faculties and a school. So we've got a Faculty of Engineering and Design, which covers all of those main areas that you can see listed there. We've got a Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences covering various subject areas, including we've got psychology there, which is quite popular, and economics, which is quite popular in Indonesia. We've got a School of Management, which has a general MSc in management. They've got finance management courses that they can offer, and a range of specialized courses, which I will go into a little bit more detail on later on. And also we've got a Faculty of Science. I think from Indonesia, we do get quite a lot of interest, particularly in computer science. So I'm not able, in the time we have, to go into a lot of detail, but I will just cover those in a bit more detail here in terms of the master's programs particularly. So of course we have our undergraduate programs too, but I know a majority of those listening would be interested in the master's program. So I'll cover those courses. You can see we have a general master's program. So for those who are interested in studying management but do not have the background, that's the course that is most appropriate for you, because we teach those base skills, and it also enables you to specialize down the line if you would like to in one of the different areas. We have the range of finance masters that you can see there on the screen, and a number of different specialized masters. Business analytics has become very popular recently. We've got engineering business management for those of you with an engineering background or working within engineering companies. Entrepreneurship for those who are more interested in developing their own ideas to perhaps start a new company or a new area of an existing company. Human resource management, and so forth. Marketing is also very popular, as well as international management for those of you who are looking more towards the international side of things. Some rankings from the School of Management. So you can see where we have quite impressive individual rankings. We're actually ranked first in the UK for marketing, third for business and management studies, and third for accounting and finance. We also have a well-recognized MBA program. I know that some of you may be interested in engineering, so I've included a little section on this. You can see here that we're ranked, again, first in the UK for architecture. We are in the top 5 for civil engineering and mechanical engineering, and also in the top 10 for chemical engineering too. So we've got quite impressive rankings across the board for the Faculty of Engineering. And again, just looking specifically at the master's program, so we do offer some other undergraduate programs too, but for the master's programs, you can see within those different departments what we can offer you. So we have the ones related to architecture and civil. We've got a couple there related to electrical and electronic. We've got a chemical engineering option, and also some within mechanical engineering too. So obviously, there's lots more detail I could talk about those, but unfortunately we don't have the time. But I can only encourage you, if you'd like to find out more, join me at the fair and we'll be able to talk about those in more detail. Another one I've picked out from the Faculty of Science is related to computer science. So we've got 7 different options here. The MSc in computer science, which is for those who don't have much computing background. And then we've got a range of 6 different options that are for those who are interested in studying further, having already studied computer science. What's quite impressive about these is that they do offer a year-long placement option for those of you who are interested in that. So it's not something that is guaranteed, but it's an option there where we can help you to get that one-year placement, which will obviously help you with your future career. So that covers a little bit generally about some of the courses that we can offer. I'd like to touch upon what we're doing as a response to COVID-19. So obviously at the moment, we don't know what the situation will be like in September for our next entry point. We don't offer January entry, so it will be September. Things are still open-ended. We've not made any final decisions on that. What I can talk about is what we've done this year as a response to the pandemic. And we have offered a blended approach so that students who do not want to travel to Bath are able to study from home online. Those of you who are able, those students who have been able to join us, they have been able to take part in about 4 hours per week of face-to-face learning, and that would obviously be mixed with some online elements as well. So we've gone to great lengths to make sure that that process has gone smoothly. The students have access to all the materials, all of the support services, the extracurricular options as well, as far as we possibly can. We've also been very sensitive around students deferring. So again, no decisions on next year, but certainly for this year, if students wanted to defer, then because of COVID-19, then they've been allowed to do that. And with issues around quarantining and travel, we've been very sensitive about that. Those who have been staying in our own accommodation have been provided with food to help them during that quarantine period, and that's been done free of charge as well. So again, there are lots of details I could go into here, but just to reassure you that the current situation is that we are being very, very supportive of our students as far as we can be. The feedback has been very good so far, and obviously we hope things will be more back to normal for next year. You can see here some photos of what the campus physically looks like now, with the response to the pandemic and the need to socially distance and hygiene and so on and so forth. I've already touched upon the practical business experience side. So in terms of the bachelor's degrees, as I've mentioned earlier, all the students have the opportunity to work in industry for a full year as an option. Some of them it might be compulsory, but for some it will be an option. Those placement opportunities are growing all the time. It's something that the university really invests in a great deal, and we've got great feedback from the employers that we work with. We also have some courses, particularly from the School of Management, where we offer practice track as an alternative to a dissertation. So if you don't like the idea of doing a dissertation, a study piece of study by yourself, then you're able to take on a project working with a team of fellow students, and you'll be able to present your work on a problem and present your findings to the company. That would also be assessed by us. You would write a report on that. There's a charity element. So it's a bit more of a practical solution that some students find attractive. We do have links to around 3,000 employers overall. So again, that is something that that works particularly well for the university. It's a real feature. We also think about what you can do in the long term with your degree. So if you are interested in further study, PhD study, then obviously we can help with applications, whether it's to Bath or somewhere else. If you're interested in starting your own business, then the environment of Bath is a great one for networking opportunities, for creating possible contacts and partners, like-minded people who might be wanting to join you. We do invest in helping you to secure your employment. So we do provide you with one-to-one guidance that is included in the cost of your course. So that can be a process of helping you with your CV, to give you some feedback on that, or you might be wanting to cover some interview techniques, for example. We'll be able to cover those for you as well. So we also run workshops which might be interesting if you're looking to gain some more tips on what to do with your future career after Bath. And that support is actually ongoing. You can access that for life, effectively. We can also help you in terms of getting an internship, as you can see there. And in terms of work, part-time work, there are various opportunities that we can offer to you that can obviously help you to gain experience and understand maybe that, particularly if it's a service industry, that practical experience of working within the UK. Again, just re-emphasizing those points, the ideas around gaining that practical experience during your course and the opportunities that you have there. The fact that obviously you'll gain in terms of the academic knowledge. We've got some world-class academics at the university. The fact that you'll be able to enhance your skills and obviously your abilities, help you to think creatively, being involved in teams and enhancing your leadership skills, and so forth. So just a little here on the foundation year. So for those of you who are studying in the local Indonesian system, so not the A-level and IB system, you will need to take a foundation year before going on to your undergraduate course. And if you are required to take that, that will allow you access to a range of different courses that you can see there. It's not every course. There are some which are not included in that list. But if the course you are interested is there, then the nice thing about that is that your place would actually be guaranteed if you pass the course, and that the majority of students do pass the course. So that is a course that is taught by our partners at Bath College in the city, but it's obviously overseen by us. We make sure that that you'll have the skills on that course that you need to be successful on your subsequent undergraduate course. Scholarships, this is another important area. I know that many of you might be interested in this. So if we're looking firstly at the postgraduate scholarships, you can see that we've got a number of scholarships that are mainly worth £5,000 as a reduction on the tuition fee, which you'd be able to apply for. These are very competitive. They're not offered simply as a discount. You have to show that you are academically excellent, and for the Global Leader Scholarship, you would need to show that you have potential to be a future global leader. The School of Management, they have their own scholarships. They have a minimum of 30 of those available, which are worth £5,000 each again. And we have a separate scholarship scheme for the MBAs, which are worth up to about £10,000, depending on what you can show to them about what you would bring to the course. So the way that that works is that you would, for the postgraduate level, you would need to apply first, get an offer, a normal offer, and then once you have your offer, you would be able to apply for the scholarship. You can see that there are 3 points that you can apply for the scholarship. If you apply by January, you get a decision the following month. Again, if you apply by April, the decision will be in May, and if you apply by July, the decision will be in August. So there will be full details on the website, but we do have those scholarships available. And if I just move this section here, you'll see, importantly for Indonesia, the University of Bath is eligible for the LPDP scholarships. I know that there's a little uncertainty about how that will work for next year, for next year's entry, but traditionally we are eligible for that. For undergraduate scholarships as well, we have a few different scholarships that you can apply for. You'll see full details there. Those are actually automatically applied. So based on the grades that you get coming in, if you're a very high achiever, you'll be able to get a discount on your scholarships. We have a number of different clubs and societies available for you. So we've got actually 100 different clubs and societies. If you can see your screen there, you'll see that one of them that you might be particularly interested in is BISA, the Bath Indonesian Students Association. So that is a society where you can meet fellow Indonesian students, and they have various get-togethers. They have satay socials, Kartini days, all kinds of different things that they get involved with. What's quite nice about that is that you also have non-Indonesians who sometimes join those events as well, because they might be interested in the culture. And of course, the same is true for yourselves. If you're interested in finding out more from our other societies, our other nationality societies, or religion-based societies, or whatever it might be, you'll be welcome to join that too. Entry requirements. So again, this is quite an important area for those of you who are interested in applying. These are really as a guide only, so please do not think of these as hard and fast rules. It doesn't mean that if you meet them, you will definitely get an offer, or if you just miss out on them, that you won't. So broadly speaking, for master's degrees, if you have in excess of 3.0 as a GPA, or a 2.1, depending on the way that your first university grades you, in a good bachelor's degree, plus the IELTS, then you'll be in a good position to apply for a course with us. They do vary by course, so there are some courses that have slightly higher requirements, the courses that are particularly popular. At undergraduate level, we have the A-level and IB requirements on the website and in the brochures. We have guidelines that you'll be able to find there. And if you've obviously got that qualification from Indonesia through the local system, then you'll need to take the foundation year. Typically, we're looking for that average of 7, with 8 or possibly even 9 in relevant subjects, depending on what you would like to do. So that would allow you access to the foundation year, which would then, after the year, lead on to the undergraduate course. There are some events, some ways that you can connect with us further. So we have a postgraduate virtual open day. The next one of those you can see will be on the 3rd of February, with further ones in March and in June. They take place 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. UK time, which I think is 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. in Indonesia. So if you register in advance, that's an opportunity for you to connect with specific people within the university, ask your questions, and find out more about what we do. Similar for undergraduate level, we have virtual experiences that you'll be able to find out more about. There are details on the website. You can see here there are actually sessions happening this week. I know that there are some remaining today, taking place later this evening, and also tomorrow. So if you are interested in an undergraduate course, then do have a look at those. You might be able to get some more information immediately. So finally, we've put a link here for how you can register your interest with us. This will be also there if you join me for the fair tomorrow and on Saturday. But if you'd like to make a note of that, then we will be able to stay in contact with you and give you more information that's relevant to you and your course as we move through the year. And of course, you can join us tomorrow and on Saturday for that one-to-one chat. So I'll be available on that, and you can come and ask any questions you have about any aspect of studying with us. So finally here, we've got a couple of links. If you get your phones out, and you'll be able to scan those, you'll have access to the postgraduate talk prospectus, as well as the undergraduate prospectus. So if you scan those now, then that will be there on your phones, and you'll be able to look through those later on. You'll be able to look at these slides in due course as well. And we've got some email addresses here. So if you are interested in furthering your applications, the applications are all online. But if you have further questions or you want to follow that up in any way, you've got the admissions teams for postgraduate courses, the Postgraduate School of Management, which is slightly different, the undergraduate admissions team, and the doctoral college admissions team if you're interested in that level as well. So that's the end of my presentation. I think I've done okay on the timing. So hopefully that's given you a flavour of what we can offer. And I'll be able to speak to you in a bit more detail over the coming 2 days. I'm happy to take any questions that we have now. So, Lukman, I think you're on mute.
Thank you for the impressive presentation. It's really interesting, all the information about the University of Bath. Now we are down to the Q&A section. So if you have any questions, you can type them down on our YouTube's comment section. Let's get started. The first question is, how long is the study length for undergraduate and postgraduate there?
Yeah, so good question. So normally most programs would be 3 years for undergraduate and 1 year for master's programs, taught master's programs if they're full-time. Though that does vary. So obviously if students are looking to take one of the years out or study abroad years, then that would add a year to that. Most undergraduate students actually do take those options. Around 2/3 of students do take those options. They are very attractive because of the way that they enhance your CV even before you hit the job market. There are some courses as well where you can actually study a bachelor's followed by a master's directly. So that would then be 4 years or 5 years. And there are also some within the postgraduate offering that offer you a 1 year or sometimes a 3-month placement as well on the end of the year. The one thing I will say is that the master's programs are a full year. They are pretty much 50, 51 weeks. Whereas the undergraduate, the 3-year process would have the summer holidays in there as well. So there is a little bit of variation. So the standard would be 3 years for undergraduate, 1 year for masters, but then you can enhance it by studying further.
Okay, next. So the person checked the website and it says that there's an option to get a study from home. Is it possible for overseas students?
Yes, so there's 2 different answers to that. So under the current circumstances that we're faced with the pandemic, you can actually study the main courses remotely, and they can even be assessed remotely. So you wouldn't even need to leave your home in Indonesia. If you would like to do that, then you're free to do that. Or you can obviously come and join us and you have more face-to-face time as well. If you study remotely as well, what you have is you'll be connected with others who are in the same position, so you can still have that interactive elements with the other students in terms of working on projects together, working collaboratively as well. So we do provide you access to that. There are also some dedicated online courses as well. There are not many. I think there's 3 or 4 of those, which students are able to do as well, which are separate. But what I was talking about previously was that the main University of Bath courses that have that online option at the moment. The only thing is I don't know how that will look in 2021 because hopefully everything is resolved with the pandemic, and then those options might well be withdrawn. It would be a face-to-face requirement, but if not, then that option might still remain. One other thing as well is that it also gives you the option to transition. So for students who might want to just wait a couple of months for things to calm down and then have the option of joining us in person later, you can also do that too. So that's an option. One thing I didn't really mention in the presentation is with regards to pre-sessional English courses as well. So that's also something quite popular with Indonesian students. So if they want to join for those before their main course, to make sure that they fill their language requirements, then they can do that as well and just join us earlier.
Okay, next question. You offer any PhD programs, and if yes, how's the application process?
Okay, so PhDs are more complicated than the other courses because they tend not to follow a set program. Obviously, PhDs tend to be quite unique. So there are two different ways that you can look at PhD study with us. One would be through joining an existing project, which would be through findaphd.com. Bath has its own page where you can see some of the options available there. And we also have a portal where you can look, if you're interested in putting together your own proposal, then you can access our own portal through the doctoral pages on the website. And through that, you'll be able to see the academics that we have, the kind of areas they're interested in, to see if you can find a suitable supervisor. So that's the two main methods of approaching that. And the presentation, I put an email address. So if you would like to write them an email, just say that you've attended this, then you'll be able to get an answer from them as to what your next steps would be. But initially, I would think it's either look to see the projects that are available, or if you do have that firmer idea of your own proposal, then I would say look on the portal to see who might be able to help you with that.
Okay, thank you. You mentioned that it's okay to do a part-time job. The question is, what's the typical part-time job that the students mostly do? And is there any limitations, like the rules of maximum hours?
Yeah, so there are limits on how much you can work during the term time, but not on during the holidays. I think that they're not really too restrictive though, because in a sense you don't want to be working full time. You don't want to be working too many hours when you should be studying, because obviously that might affect what you're doing there. So the kind of part-time work that you would typically get would be casual work. So it suits the students quite well because it could be in the evenings during Monday to Friday, or it could be at the weekends. As a city, Bath is quite a touristic city. It's a bit of a regional hub for people coming from the local towns and villages for weekend shopping and so on. So there is normally demand for that. And it's not too difficult to get a job under normal circumstances. And we have a students' union where you can actually, even now, you can look to see what jobs might be available. Obviously, at the moment, with the regulations and restrictions around the pandemic, it's a bit more difficult because the same level of casual jobs are not there. There aren't the same number of tourists and so forth. So I don't know how that will look, obviously, from next September. But in a normal year, there are quite a few jobs that are available, and obviously the employers for that they're attracted to our students because hopefully they're good and they know what they're doing.
Okay, thank you. We're almost at the end of our Q&A section. Um, can you tell us one fun fact about University of Bath that not many people know?
Okay, so one of the things that I've not talked about, I could have talked about lots of different things, but it's around sports. So we are actually known as quite a sporting university. So an interesting fact, I suppose, would be that we actually had 6 medal winners from the last Rio Olympic Games that were based at the University of Bath. So it's a real sporting hub. We were very involved. We were a base for the London 2012 games as well. So we're quite involved in the sporting side of things, but we have actual Olympic medal winners who are based with us. So if you are interested in the sporting side of things, you can visit the Student Union section on the website. There's lots of information where you can find out about how the specific sports work, whether you're interested in taking part very competitively or you're just a more casual player.
Okay, thank you so much. I guess that's the end of our Q&A section. Thank you so much, Mr. Farman.
My
Hope
pleasure.
to see you again.
Thank you very much, Lukman, and thank you everyone who's listening. Hopefully I can speak to some of you over the next coming days.
Hey, I'd like to remind you that there's going to be a virtual fair this Friday and Saturday. You'll be able to consult directly and ask further questions related to your study. Kindly access event.ehef.id and all the information will be there. Bye for now, and we'll meet again on the next section. Hello, welcome back to European Higher Education Fair Indonesia 2020 goes online. This is Institution Webinar Series. My name is Lukman and I'm going to be your moderator. This next session will be presented by University of Birmingham. Please stay tuned until the end of this webinar because we will have a Q&A session. If you have any questions about the presentation or anything related to University of Birmingham, you can submit your questions in our YouTube comment section anytime throughout the presentation. Please welcome Miss Kerry from University of Birmingham. The time is yours.
Hello, thank you, Lukman. Thanks for the introduction and thank you for moderating the session. It's lovely to be here today. Unfortunately, obviously, we can't be out in Indonesia with you, but we can get to you virtually, so that's a good thing. I will just share my screen so we can have the presentation. Okay. I'll just check that we've got the sound sharing and then we will start. So just to introduce myself a little bit, I'm Katie, Katie Friend. I'm one of the international recruitment officers here at the University of Birmingham. And I usually come out to Indonesia quite often, usually about 5 times a year. So it's a bit of a difference this year that I've been stuck here in the UK, but obviously it's lovely to be able to come and meet with you virtually. So we'll just do a short presentation and we'll also have plenty of time for Q&A as well. And obviously we'll be here for the next couple of days on our virtual booth as well. So firstly, just got the short video to show you. So this will just give you a little bit of flavour for the University of Birmingham. Okay, so hopefully that gave you a little bit of flavour of what the University of Birmingham is about and what we cover in terms of our courses. I'm going to start with talking a little bit about why would you study at a UK university? Because I know a lot of you might be thinking about other countries, you know, you're based in Indonesia, there may be other countries that are closer to you. So why would you particularly think about coming to the UK? Well, we've got a world-class teaching reputation. So a lot of our universities are very well established. Obviously, University of Birmingham is one of the most established universities, over 100 years of teaching. But we do have other universities that are ancient universities that have been teaching for maybe 900 years or more. We've also got teaching by experts in their field, public universities as well in the UK, so we have our own autonomy over what we teach and what we deliver to our students. And there's also robust quality control. So we have lots of organisations that come in and they test the quality of our teaching, the quality of our research, etc. So you can be confident that you're coming to a good university. The facilities are great, and I'll show you a few photos of the campus facilities a little bit later, and also very modern accommodation as well. We also focus on small group teaching, personal attention, so you have one-to-one sessions with your lecturers and professors. And we also have high completion rates. So obviously the point of coming to university is to get a good degree and obviously graduate with that degree. And in the UK, generally our completion rates are very, very high. We also have a really good student experience. So we're focused on obviously your academic element, but also we really want you to have a good experience when you come and study with us as well. And there's also that emphasis on individual learning and experience. So we offer things like study abroad opportunities, internships, or even year-long placements as well on undergraduate degrees. There's also the opportunity to specialise early. So unlike the US, where you have to maybe do a different degree, so if you're coming for an undergraduate degree, you might have to do something like a more general international relations before going on to law, or something like biomedical science before going on to medicine. You don't have to do that in the UK. You can actually go straight into that degree programme. Similarly, the length of study is slightly shorter as well. So master's degrees, which I'm sure the majority of you are thinking about today, they're only 1 year or 12 months in the UK, and PhDs generally 3 to 4 years. We've also got a very multicultural society in the UK, welcoming people from all different cultures, particularly in Birmingham. We're a very multicultural city, and lots of different diaspora of communities from all over the world that are taking up base in Birmingham itself. Good infrastructure as well, so good travel links. We're basically the centre of the transport network. The UK is very, very small. If you go to Australia, you fly for maybe an hour. Where are you? You're still in Australia. If you come to the UK and you fly an hour, you could be in Paris, you could be in Amsterdam. So you've got all of those options on your doorstep as well. It's also very safe in the UK as well. So obviously strict gun control laws and stuff like that, a very good police service and a good, strong, stable government as well. So just moving on a little bit to which university you might choose. I'm not going to go into too much detail because this is obviously a very personal choice, but just a few pointers of what you might like to think about. So do you want to be in a city university or a campus-based, a large or small institution? You want to think about reputation and ranking. I know one of my colleagues from Bath was talking about rankings earlier as well, and that's something important for you to think about, ranking of the overall university, but also of your individual course. Some universities may be slightly lower on the overall ranking, but that course could be number 1 or number 2 within the UK. You can also look at the world rankings and also other rankings as well, such as student employability rates, rankings for student satisfaction. So not just the academic ranking, but also other rankings as well. We also think, obviously, employability is important. The main aim of you coming to university is to go off at the end with a good job. So that's another thing for you to consider. We also recommend looking at entry requirements. So each of us have different entry requirements, and obviously this weekend when we're going to be at our virtual booth is a really good opportunity for you to ask questions about what grades you might need to get into our universities. So be realistic, but also be aspirational as well. So, have a think about which universities you might want to apply to. Look at the courses. They are all different. An international development degree at University of Birmingham would be very different to an international development degree at the University of Sussex, for example, because we have specialisations. Our staff have research interests, so our degrees can be quite different. So make sure you find a degree that's interesting to you. I get students say, I'm desperate to come to University of Birmingham, but we don't necessarily have the right degree programme for them. So, it's finding that match both for the university, but also for your degree programme. Look at facilities, not just for your course. So obviously, you know, maybe if you're coming for something like engineering, you want to see what research facilities you have in terms of labs and stuff like that. But also from a personal level, if you really like swimming, for example, you might want to make sure that on your campus or your university environment that you've got a swimming pool available. And I know that sounds a little bit silly, but you know, you're spending a good chunk of your life at this institution, so you want to make sure that you've got the facilities that you need. So moving on a little bit more about Birmingham, we are in the city of Birmingham, so just outside. We are about 7 minutes away from the city of Birmingham by train, and we are the second largest city in the UK. We've got a population of over 1 million. And we're about an hour and a half from London as well, so quite closely related. Obviously, the UK is very small. The time it takes you to get from maybe one part of Jakarta to another, you'd actually be in a completely different city in the UK, because our traffic's not quite as bad as Jakarta. We've got good transport links, you know, good network in terms of rail links, bus links and stuff like that. And we do also have an international airport. So when I come out to Jakarta, I usually fly back via Dubai. So 2 flights of about sort of 7-8 hours, but then I'm straight back into Birmingham and also back at the university quite quickly. It's a young community as well, so about 44% of the community are actually under 30, so it's a really young population, and that's mainly due to the fact that we've got so many students that are actually based in the city. Lots of music venues, sporting events as well, and we will be hosting the 2022 Commonwealth Games, so any of you that are thinking about coming in that year, you'll have an opportunity to get involved in that, so either watching the games, some students usually volunteer as well to help out as ushers and, you know, get people to their seats and stuff like that. So that's going to be a really good opportunity and a really good buzz for the city as well. As I mentioned before, it's also really easy to travel to other cities in Europe. So if you want to make the most of your time, you know, you're coming all the way over to a different part of the world. So you want to make the most of that. So we've got really good travel links with Europe as well. Just a photo here of our campus. So just to show you what our campus looks like, it's a beautiful campus. I studied here back in 2003, so obviously a long time ago. But the one thing that attracted me to the university was the campus. You know, the beautiful greenery, all the facilities are there as well. So it's a really, really lovely place to be based. And just to show you the proximity to campus as well, so proximity to the city, sorry. So this is our campus down in the bottom that's ringed here with the clock tower right in the middle. And this bigger circle in the background is actually our city centre. So you can just see how close it is. You can walk that in about 45 minutes. We've got canals that connect the university right to the city centre, train network. We've also got buses and taxis, you know, ready available as well. Just a little bit about our courses. So just to let you know what we cover, we are a very comprehensive university. So we cover pretty much all programs. What we have is 5 colleges, and within these colleges, we have schools and departments. So I've listed all of those here. Obviously, you will find a lot more information about these on our websites as well, just to get a bit more information about which courses we have and whether they fit with your particular interest. But firstly, we've got College of Arts and Law, we've got the Law School, we've got English Studies, teaching English courses, linguistics, there's cultures, languages. We've also got things like heritage studies within that department as well. Then we've got engineering, so aerospace, chemical, chemistry, computer science, engineering, maths, metallurgy, materials, and we've also got physics and astronomy. Moving on, we've got the life and environmental sciences. So you've got things like biosciences, geography. We've also got environmental sciences, psychology and sport courses. Physiotherapy also comes into that one as well. Then medical and dental sciences, a huge range here. It's a really big college. So we've got medicine as a degree, but we've also got programs that specialize in particular areas. And then finally, the social sciences, so business, government, society, international relations. Just to touch briefly on entry requirements, but what I would recommend is you check on our website the entry requirements for each of these courses. But if you're coming for undergraduate study, we tend to recommend obviously A levels or IB. is required, and then that will get you into the first year of our undergraduate study. If you are taking national curriculum, so high school or something in Indonesia, you can still come to us, but a foundation program is required, but we do offer that at our university. For postgraduate study, which I'm sure most of you are thinking about today, we're usually looking for a good bachelor's degree, so a recognised bachelor's degree, and GPA is generally about 3.0. If you're from a very good institution, maybe University of Indonesia or Gajah Mada, for example, we may be able to be a bit flexible on that and come down to 2.8. So it depends on the institution as well as the kind of background of the course. Some courses will have subject-specific requirements. So, for example, if you want to come and do engineering with us, advanced mechanical engineering, you'll need a degree in mechanical engineering or physics. If you want to do our marketing communications degree, it doesn't necessarily have to be a full marketing degree, but you will have to have a couple of modules. We do also have some conversion courses. So say, for example, you're currently studying engineering, but you want to do business. We do have things like international business, and that's a conversion course, so you can come from any other background. And the same with something like computer science. We also have an MSc in computer science that you can come from any background and then move on to computer science as well. So just make sure you check that out on our website to make sure you get the idea of what you need. Just briefly touching on English requirements as well. So obviously we need an English language qualification, IELTS, TOEFL or Pearson. There are a few others that we accept as well, but just highlighting these ones here. Please do check the individual pages just to get an idea of what we would need from you. But these are kind of the idea in terms of grades. So most of our courses are somewhere between a 6 to a 7 in terms of IELTS, or 80 to 95 in terms of the TOEFL. So moving on a bit about University of Birmingham specifically, we are approximately 10,000 international students. We've got about 34 students overall, 34,000 students overall, I'm sorry. So we're a very big institution, and our 10,000 international students are actually from about 150 different countries. We're part of the Russell Group as well, which is a research intensive group of universities, and we were founded back in 1900, so we're very well established in terms of our teaching. We offer lots of opportunities on our courses, so internships, field trips, placements. You're abroad if you're doing undergraduate degree, and there's also some exchanges even on our postgraduate courses. If you come to maybe something like international relations, international development, you'll often do a trip to the European Union headquarters in Brussels. We do also have pro bono work as part of something like our law degree. And there's also pitch side support for things like physiotherapy or sport and exercise sciences. The campus, you've obviously seen a few photos, is a very, very beautiful campus, which is just outside of Birmingham city centre. We've got our own train station, which is called University, because we're the only university in the UK to have our own train station. We've got an art gallery on campus, botanical gardens, concert hall, 24-hour library, sports centres, banks, coffee shops, restaurants, everything you would need. It's basically its own little city in itself. Just go through a few photos now. I won't spend too much time on these, but this is our main kind of oldest building on campus. This is our business school, our engineering department. We've got our law school here, our music building, University Centre. We've got lots of opportunities for you to have a drink with friends or coffee and get lunch and stuff like that as well. And then this is our main library, which is open 24 hours a day for those of you that are really keen to study as much as you can. And the campus is very much a campus for study and leisure. So it's not just an academic environment. We make sure that you've got obviously lots of things there to take part in as part of your personal enjoyment as well. There's just some examples of student societies. So we've got obviously an Indonesian society, which I've listed here. But we've got things like the Disney Society, we've got debating, we've got baking societies, tea, different religions, Islamic Society. So you can get involved in as many of those as you like for your personal enjoyment. And then finally, we've got our careers network, which is obviously a really important part of the the process with us. So, you're coming to study with us to get a good degree, to hopefully go on to a really good job at the end of it as well. So our careers network is there as a really good support network to help you find a good job at the end of your degree programme. Birmingham's got extremely high employability rates, with around 93% of our students getting a job within about 6 months of graduating or perhaps going on to further study. We're also the second most targeted university in terms of employers. So people come on to campus to meet with our students, and this photo in the background here is actually in our Great Hall, and that's employers that are coming onto campus to meet with our students. And finally, just some examples here of what companies you could work for. Dream big. This is what we always say. Think about the future. And these are some examples of companies that students have actually gone on to after our degree. So that's pretty much it from me in terms of the presentation. I've got my email address here, our website, and I've got all of our social media. So hopefully you can engage with us on those sites as well. And obviously we will also be here for the next couple of days at the EHEF fair. Virtually this year, but we will be there in our virtual booth. So thank you very much for joining us. I'll pass back to Lukman, who can probably take any questions that might have come in.
Okay, thank you so much for the presentation. I really love the video. That's so cool. Thank you. And now we're down to the Q&A session. So if you have any questions, you can type them down on our YouTube's comment section. Okay, the first question would be how the University of Birmingham manage application during this pandemic. As of many IELTS test center are now closed, can we still apply and attach the IELTS certification later?
Yes, so that's absolutely fine. So we are quite flexible, and we have made some arrangements obviously during the pandemic. So you can apply first. In terms of application, the application for our programs, for PG programs, is directly through our website. So once you find the course that you want to apply to, you can just fill up the application and attach all your documents. If you haven't taken the IELTS, that's not a problem. You can take that later on and then attach that once you've taken that qualification. We are quite flexible as well. So like I say, we will accept TOEFL, we'll accept Pearson. We will also accept Duolingo, the newer one where they've got all the different band scores available. So we are quite flexible on that as well. But we also will accept scanned documents as well. So usually we need original copies or them to be verified by an agent or British Council or a recognised body. But we'll also accept scanned copies, and then you can just bring the originals with you, because obviously we don't want people travelling around to get everything stamped and signed, given the difficulty in the situation. So don't worry about that at all. We will be certainly supportive of you in all situations.
Okay, thank you. Next question. Is it possible for someone who has a master degree in Indonesia, but the person wants to take another master program in University of Birmingham?
Yeah, so that's absolutely fine. So even if you've got a master's that you've taken in Indonesia, you can come and study a master's with us in the UK. That's absolutely fine. You will obviously need to put that on your application that you've already got a bachelor's and a master's degree, but not a problem at all, because you will have a slightly different focus. You'll still have a slightly different education system. So that's absolutely fine. The only issue comes is if you've already done a master's in the UK, then it can be difficult to do a second master's. But if you've done it in another country, like Indonesia, that's absolutely fine.
Okay, next question. What are the documents needed for us to apply, and what will make our application stand out?
Okay, so in terms of documents, we'll be looking for transcripts from your degree programme and your obviously graduation certificate if you've completed. Obviously, you don't necessarily need to have completed your degree, but if you have, we would ask for that as well. 2 reference letters. One has to come from the university that you've applied, you've studied at. The second can be academic, it can be professional, so it could be from a workplace or something like that. We'd also need your passport. I know some of you in Indonesia have a standard passport, and then you change that. So obviously, whichever passport you've currently got, you can submit that. If it needs to change, that's not a problem. And then we also need a little personal statement, so something maybe around sort of maximum 2 pages of A4 to say why you're interested in the course and why you want to study that. So outlining, you know, your interest in the programme. We do have an application form for you to fill up as well, so that's on our website, but we do have a variety of assistance with that as well. So we've got agents based in Indonesia, we've got the British Council that's based out there as well, so if you did need help with that actual application, that's not a problem, but that's kind of generally the documentation that we would need.
Okay, next question. The question that everyone wants to ask, is there any scholarship from...
Yeah, so we do have some scholarships. I was going to put a slide in, but a lot of our scholarships are just waiting to be confirmed for next year. So please do keep an eye on our web pages, because they will be being confirmed in the next couple of weeks or so. So we do have scholarships available for international students. We work very closely with LPDP, for example, in Indonesia, and we're on the list for all of their courses. So if you did want to come through that route, then we also do have some partial scholarships that are offered by the university. So for example, the business school has some scholarships of 2,500 right up to fully funded scholarships. Engineering will have some. We'll also have scholarships for our life and health sciences, our medical school. So please do check our website. Generally, my advice is, if you're looking for a university scholarship, they will generally be partial. So, you know, maybe 3,000, 5,000. Obviously, if you're looking at one of our partners like LPDP or Chevening, then we do offer some full funded scholarships, but obviously they are a lot more competitive as well.
Okay, next question. Will there be any chance to do a research on master with some industries?
Yes, so all of our master's programs will have a 3-month research project as part of the course. So you usually do 9 months of what we call taught modules. So that's kind of more traditional learning with lectures, seminars, and then you will do a 3-month research project. That can be on any subject that you're interested in, obviously related to the kind of overall degree program. You wouldn't necessarily work for a company during that time, but you will certainly engage potentially with organizations to gather your research. You will do a lot of data collection, and then that will be then filtered down into your research to be put into a dissertation. And it's a good opportunity for you to go into in-depth in one particular area, and it also helps you decide whether maybe you want to do more research in the future as well, so whether you want to go on to a PhD or something like that. And it's a really good opportunity to build your knowledge. We are a research intensive university, so the University of Birmingham is very, very research intensive. We're part of the Russell Group. A lot of our funding we get from the government for different research. You know, we've done a lot at the moment in terms of COVID research. There's huge amounts going on, and all of that filters down to our students in terms of their modules, and obviously the research projects that they also take part in as well.
Okay, thank you. And next question about living in Birmingham. Can you tell us the typical of the people there in Birmingham?
Yeah, so I'm not from Birmingham originally. I was from a very, very small village, and I came to Birmingham to study back in 2003, so a very long time ago now. But it's a very, very welcoming city. It's really multicultural. That's one of the things I particularly enjoyed myself. You know, you meet people from all around the world that are studying, working, living within the city. That means the food is quite multicultural as well. So you can find, you know, Indonesian food, you can get nasi goreng, you can get your nice coffees and stuff like that. You know, we've got lots of Indonesian places and Malaysian places, Singaporean, and that's one of the things I particularly like, is that kind of really enriched culture. There's also a lot of open spaces in Birmingham as well. So we've got lots of parks, lots of canals. So it's a really nice place if you like outdoors, if you want to walk around. Obviously, it's a lot cooler than Jakarta, so you can actually just go out and spend a little bit of time walking around the city, exploring, and you're not going to get too hot because it's a nice temperature here. And actually, that's another thing that I would say that a lot of students enjoy about the UK, probably in general, is our weather. I know a lot of people worry about that, but actually, when they get here, that's something that they really enjoy. You know, it changes. each season is different. At the moment, we're sort of going through autumn into into the kind of winter season, so the weather's cooling down a bit, but the trees are beautiful. There's I live next to a park, so I can go and see squirrels and different environments. So that's something again that I think students really enjoy. Birmingham as well as a city is the second largest city, so there's a lot going on in terms of cultural events. I did touch on earlier that we're going to be hosting the Commonwealth Games in 2022, so that's going to be a really big event for the city, and we have lots of different acts that come here and perform. So there's a huge amount that students, they would definitely never be bored here. We've also got shopping centres, really large ones, not quite as big as the ones that you have out there in Jakarta, which I've been to, that stay open pretty much all night as well. But we do have quite a lot of shopping centres as well. So I'm sure the students will really enjoy that. And obviously from a cultural point of view, we've got lots of obviously religious provision within the city, so whatever religion students are from, whether they be Sikh, Muslim, Hindu, Christian, whatever it is, we've got all of that provision within the cities. Lots of mosques nearby to the university. Halal food is ready available as well. So I think that's quite a nice thing, when students are coming from a different place, to be able to settle in and not worry about all those aspects as well.
Okay, thank you. That's very interesting. How about the living cost there?
Okay, so it depends obviously on your lifestyle, but probably in the region of about £10,000 to £15,000 per year. Obviously, like I say, it really depends on what you are spending your money on. If you go shopping every weekend, then it's going to be a little bit higher. But realistically, probably around 12,000 would be enough to cover sort of social activities, transport, food, all that kind of thing. So it's not too expensive. It's a lot cheaper than London. I mean, certain things will be more expensive than obviously in Jakarta. Transport and public transport might be a little bit more expensive, and food and things like that. But generally, it's not an expensive city to live in.
Okay, the next one. There's someone who's interested about the foundation program. Can you tell us more about that?
Yeah, sure. So we offer a foundation program for students that are maybe doing national curriculum within Indonesia. And that is basically a 1-year program which will bridge that gap between the education system in Indonesia and also the education system in the UK. So students will do that usually for 1 year. They'll join us, and that is on our campus. So it's not a private provider. It's delivered by University of Birmingham. So you're a University of Birmingham student from day one. They will cover various modules related to their degree, and then they will also do a little bit of English studies and academic skills and stuff like that as well. Application for the foundation is done directly through our website. So once a student's ready to apply, they can just submit that application through our website, and would be most happy to receive that. And if they do have any questions about foundation, please get in touch with me on my email, and I can always put you in touch with the foundation department as well.
Okay, next question. Are there any aspects of an application that can compensate for low GPA?
Yeah, so there's always an element of flexibility. It depends on how low the GPA is. We are an academic institution and we are quite strict on our sort of entry requirements. However, if a student has maybe significant work experience, if they've done other activities, volunteering, stuff like that, that's related to the degree program, that can sometimes go in their favor. So it's not an absolute no. If students are worried, they can always contact me and I can check with the department whether they can consider them. My email address is on the screen, so I can always check that. But there is always that kind of flexibility depending on what students have done. We can sometimes not waive the grades, but we can accept a slightly lower grade if they've got good work experience or if they've got something else that will go in their favor.
Okay, that's so helpful. Thank you. Next one, is there any possibility to do a part-time job there?
Yeah, absolutely fine. So most students majority of students will be able to work up to 20 hours per week alongside their studies. As a university, we'd probably recommend a little bit less, maybe sort of 10 to 12 hours, but it's totally up to the students. You know, that's the kind of requirement, that the maximum that's allowed by the government is that sort of 20 hours. We have a job shop on campus. We have a careers fair, a job fair, usually within the first couple of weeks. So if they want to find part-time work, it's generally not an issue. And they can work on or off campus. So conversely to in the US, whereas usually it has to be an on-campus job, in the UK it can be on or off campus. So sometimes students work in a coffee shop, a bookshop, a restaurant, and it's quite a nice experience. I personally did that myself. I worked in a big department store in the restaurant there, and it was quite a nice experience. I just did sort of 6 hours on a Saturday, 6 hours on a Sunday, and it was a nice way to get a little bit of money, but also meet other people, improve your English. You know, you're speaking to staff then and customers and stuff as well. So I'd always encourage it. But yeah, maximum 20 hours a week. If you are coming for an undergrad course and maybe you've got summer holidays, you can actually work full-time in the summer holidays as well.
Okay, thank you. We're almost at the end of our Q&A, but I want to know, since you handle most of the Asian region, what do you think would be a challenge for students from Southeast Asia once we are there?
I mean, I think probably one of the biggest shocks to the system is when you arrive is the weather. Like I say, most students eventually like it, but I think when you first come, that can be quite a big shock to the system. So I always say prepare, you know, preparation is key. Make sure you get a nice big coat or a big hoodie to bring with you, because I think that is something that is a bit of a shock to the system, because it's probably not if you've not traveled out of Southeast Asia before, the weather is something completely different, and also obviously a bit of homesickness. You know, even I moved from, like I said, from a small village to Birmingham, and even I had a little bit of homesickness, and I was still essentially in the same country. So always bring things that to remind you of home, photos, and everyone's keen to know. You know, most people at university want to find out about other people. You know, they'd like to know more about Indonesia. They'd like to know more about your city and your culture, and you know, the boutique that you wear and all that kind of thing. So bring that along, and definitely share that with the places as well. That's certainly something that I would encourage, is to make sure that you feel comfortable. You know, dress your room. You've got your own personal bedroom. You know, make sure you put a bit of your culture and environment to remind you of home there as well.
Hey, this will be the last question. Can you tell us a fun fact about University of Birmingham that not many people
Okay,
know?
yeah, sure. So Birmingham is quite close. I don't know if many of you have heard of Lord of the Rings. I'm sure you have. So it's quite a popular, obviously, book and film. So Tolkien, that wrote Lord of the Rings, is actually from very, very close by to Birmingham, a little village nearby. And so the clock tower that you've seen probably on the videos earlier was actually the inspiration for the two towers. So the book that he wrote about the towers, that was actually the inspiration for that as well. So that's a fun fact about Birmingham, and it's just nice to know that we've made our mark on history with our clock tower.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, thank you for all the information. If
No problem.
you guys still want to get to know about University of Birmingham, you can check their website. So thank you so much, Katie. I hope
Thank you so
you
much,
again
Lukman.
too.
You've been fabulous. Thank you very much for moderating for us today. It's been really nice to be here, and hopefully we can all keep in touch, and next time maybe in person. But yeah, we'll hopefully see some of you over the weekend as well.
Thank you. So I'd like to remind you again that we are going to have a virtual fair this Friday and Saturday. You'll be able to consult directly and ask further questions related to your study. Kindly access event.ehef.id and all the information will be there. Thank you for watching this session. We'll be back for the last session right after this.
Thank you, everyone.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. Welcome back to European Higher Education Fair Indonesia 2020 Goes Online. This is Institution Webinar Series. My name is Lukman, and I'm going to be moderating this webinar. This last session that I bet everyone is waiting for will be presented by University of Cambridge. Please stay tuned until the end of this webinar because we will have a Q&A session right after this. And if you have any questions related about the presentation or about University of Cambridge, you can submit your questions on our YouTube's comment section anytime throughout the presentation. Okay, and now I would like to invite Ms. Claire Canning. Yes, the time is yours.
Thank you very much. Hi, everybody. Thanks very much for joining me for this session. I'm just going to share my screen, so just bear with me for 1 second while I do that. Okay, hopefully you can see my slides there. If there's any problems, if the moderator just lets me know and I'll sort that out. Excellent. Okay, great. So yeah, thank you so much for joining me for the last slot of the day. Good evening to all of you. So I'm here just to give you a little bit of an introduction to the University of Cambridge for the next about 30 minutes. Obviously, we will be present tomorrow and Saturday at the virtual fair. So I will be there. I'm the regional manager for East and Southeast Asia. So I look after undergraduate and postgraduate recruitment from that part of the world. So I will be at the event, and I will also have some current students and some alumni joining me as well. So we will be more than happy to answer some questions there. So we will have a Zoom room, and we'll also have a text Q&A option through Slido. So we hope to see you there as well. So today what I'll do is I'll just give you a little bit of an introduction to Cambridge, which will start you off hopefully on your research. And then if you have some more specific questions, there will be a little bit of time at the end, and then there will be plenty of time for us to answer those for you tomorrow or Saturday. So the first few things I just wanted to go over under the category of, well, why Cambridge? Why would you choose to apply and choose to come and study with us in Cambridge? I'm sure lots of you have heard the name of the university. We are quite well known globally, but there's a lot more to us than that. So you shouldn't just choose your university because it's got a famous name. You should really think about what's important to you when you're looking for a university. What kind of features do you want it to have? So I'm just going to go over a few of those as well, and I will mention in relation to both undergraduate and postgraduate study, because I know there may be students kind of interested in one or the other. So the first thing I wanted to talk to you about is our teaching, because this is something that we're quite well known for at Cambridge. In particular, we are what's known as a research-led university. So that means that our academics, our lecturers, they're not just teachers, they are academics and researchers as well. So they are conducting their own research. Often they'll split their time between teaching and research. And there's lots of really interesting discoveries going on in all departments within the university. We do have a lot of academics who are experts in their particular academic field. We have I think 98 Nobel Prize winners who've been students or staff at the university. So we do have a lot of kind of global experts who may be teaching the course that you're studying, maybe supervising you. So you kind of do get up close with a lot of the research that's going on within the university and within the department. Slight difference between the undergraduate and the postgraduate level. At undergraduate level, we have 30 courses. I think it's 31. So we don't have every single subject out there. For example, at undergraduate level, we don't have business programs. At Cambridge, those are more on the graduate side. So we offer those at a master's or PhD level, but not at a bachelor level. So we don't have absolutely everything at the undergraduate level, But those 30 courses that we do have, we are very specialised. So we do have a lot of kind of experts teaching those particular courses. Within those 30 courses, there are 65 different subject areas. So some of the courses, they do cover more than one related subject. So many of them do start out quite broad in the first year, and you get to do a few different subjects that are closely linked within the course. And then by the end of the course, you become more specialised in that particular. So you may choose one subject within that course that you end up being a specialist in. At the postgraduate level, it's quite different because you tend to go in to a more specialised course. So we have over 300 courses at the postgraduate, so at the master's or the PhD level. Particularly at master's level, these can be quite specialist. So there's no master's course called biology, for example, or called biological sciences. There will be a number of different biology master's courses in all different areas, in zoology, in cancer research, in kind of cell biology. So particularly for master's level courses, you do need to drill down to find that specialist area that is of interest to you. With the PhD courses, they tend to have quite general names, so they might just be called PhD in education. But within that, there's a very broad range of research areas that you could go into, kind of largely based on the area of research that's of interest to you, and also based on the availability of supervisors and research areas that we offer. So that's kind of the main difference. Undergraduate level, small number of courses, and then postgraduate level, a much wider number of courses because of quite a lot of them being very specialist. You can take a look on our website, and you can find on the undergraduate website, there is a list of all the 30 courses there, so you can check if we've got the ones you're interested in. The postgraduate level, on our postgraduate website, there is a course directory, and you can search by keyword. So you can search for zoology, or you can search for chemical engineering, and it will pull up kind of any relevant courses that you might be interested in, and you can filter by master's level, PhD level, and various other options as well. So that is a really good place to start. And potentially if you can do that today, so that when you come and join us tomorrow at the fair, you have a bit of an idea of what subject you're interested in, because that allows me and my team of students to give you more specific advice if you've kind of already done some research into courses. So that's my one tip, is either this evening or tomorrow during the day, that you maybe have a look at the courses we have on offer if you do decide that you're interested in Cambridge. One thing that is quite unique to the teaching at Cambridge as well is our kind of tutorial small group teaching. At Cambridge, we tend to call these supervisions, and they are a feature of our teaching style. So primarily at the undergraduate level, but there is also a kind of a supervision element for postgraduate, particularly research students as well. So supervisions typically are one-on-one or very small group sessions. So as well as having kind of larger lectures that you might attend, and other types of teaching like labs if you're in the sciences, we have these supervisions, which are these small or one-on-one group classes, which is with our students and with an academic. So it allows them to get lots of contact time with our academics, allows students to ask lots of questions, particularly if there's areas from lectures that you're not sure about, then in your supervision you can ask to go over this. And usually you will prepare something in advance for a supervision, which forms the basis of discussion. So this might be an essay that you've written, this might be some problem solving if you're in the sciences or maths, and you bring that into the supervision to be discussed with the academic. So it means that we have to have lots of staff who are able to kind of teach all these subjects. We need a lot more of them to do one-on-one or small group teaching than we would just to do the lectures. But we find that it's very worthwhile because it allows students to get more out of the course than they would if it was only large group teaching that we were offering. Now, Cambridge is also what is known as a collegiate university. This is kind of a different wording to, we don't mean a college like a US university might refer to themselves as a college. What we mean by this is that at Cambridge, rather than being one big university campus, we are made up of lots of colleges, so lots of effectively smaller campuses. So there are 31 of them in Cambridge altogether, and they are spread all over the city. So if you look at a map of Cambridge and you look at where the colleges are, we are all over the city. So there's 31, 29 of them are open to undergraduate students, 2 of them are for graduate only. So if you're applying to undergrad, you'll have 29 to choose from. If you're applying to a postgraduate, you'd have 31 to choose from. And each college, as I said, is kind of like a mini campus. So they provide accommodation. So all of our undergraduate students are guaranteed accommodation in the college for at least 3 years. And quite a lot of our postgraduate students do receive accommodation as well within or nearby to the college. There'll also be facilities for catering. So there is the cafeteria, and there's also the dining hall where we have more formal dinners, because it is a Cambridge tradition to kind of gather, wear the academic gowns and meet for formal dinners. So we do that quite regularly within colleges as well. You'll find study facilities, so you'll find a college library. And in fact, in Cambridge, we have over 100 libraries in total. So each college has at least one, every department has one, and we have a central main library as well. In the college, you'll also find lots of recreation facilities. So there's the college bar, there's the common room, there's one for undergraduates, and then there's another one for postgraduates as well, where you can socialise with friends. There'll be sports facilities, music facilities, there might be a swimming pool, there are in some of our colleges. So the things you would expect a university campus to have, but each one of our colleges has all these things. For undergraduate students, the colleges do play a role in admissions as well. So for undergraduates, they are admitted by the college. For postgraduates, that's slightly different, because for postgraduates, you are admitted primarily by your department. So there is a slightly different application process for both, which I will touch on in a little while. So what the university does, amongst many things, but one of the university's roles is standardizing the course content. Because a lot of people think that we put all of the students from one subject in one college. So people might think all historians are in one college and all the natural scientists are in another college, but that's not the case. Students from different subjects are dispersed throughout all of the colleges. So you'll find students from most subjects in most colleges, because that means that our students get the opportunity to mix with students from different subjects, not be all the time with people doing the same course as you. So you'll find people from all kinds of different courses, all different backgrounds from all around the world in each of those colleges. So the university and the department, they will kind of set the content for that particular course so that you'll be studying the same things kind of regardless of what college you go to. That won't differ too much because you'll be going to lectures with people from different colleges who also study your course. The exam you sit at the end of the year, that will be sat by the university and the department as well. So all of you will do the same exam, and the degrees are awarded by the University of Cambridge as well. So regardless of which college you go to, you get a University of Cambridge degree. When applying to Cambridge, there is an option to select which college you would most like to go to, so your kind of preference college. If you're applying for an undergraduate course, you can just choose one college that you want to view your application. If you're applying to a postgraduate course, you can actually put down 2 preferences, so your first and second choice. So again, a slight difference there. In both cases, you don't have to choose a college, so you can make what's called an open application, which is where you don't choose. If you really want to come to Cambridge, but you don't mind which college, you'd be happy with any of our options. Then you make what's called an open application, and we will allocate you to a college rather than you having to make that decision. So that is an option for you as well. So generally we say if you have a preference, you have one particular college in mind that you'd really like to go to, do let us know in the application. If not, feel free to apply open, and we will allocate you then to a particular college for you. Okay, and something else I just wanted to talk to you about is the kind of environment within the college. So the college community, this is a really distinctive feature of life at Cambridge. It is quite academically intense studying at Cambridge. Our degrees are quite challenging, but we do provide a lot of support for students so that they are in the kind of the best mental and physical shape that they can be in order to kind of tackle their subject and get the most out of their time at Cambridge. So a lot of that support does come from within the college, and our students do get a tutor allocated to them. So our undergraduate students will get a director of studies who is like an academic tutor, and they'll get a pastoral tutor who's a kind of a non-academic tutor, so an academic from a different subject. And they are there to kind of meet with students regularly. You can talk to them about what subjects you want to study, what modules you want to take. You might discuss your future career plans and the internship that you're trying to get. They might help you with that. So there's lots of support available there. For postgraduate students, you would get what's called a graduate tutor, which is a similar role, which is somebody that you meet with and you kind of discuss your research, what your plans are there. They can offer you some support, all those kinds of things. And there's also lots of other people within college whose role is kind of to look after our students. So there's people like the college nurse who you can see if you're not feeling well. And there's lots of groups within college like the Students' Union group, which is a kind of a representative group that looks after our students. And on that group, there is an international student representative as well, who kind of makes sure that our international students are happy. And if they have any things that they want to raise, then they can do so through that format. There are lots and lots of services within the university who are there to support as well. In particular, there is the careers service, who I will talk to you a little bit more about in a moment. But we also have a free and impartial counselling service for students that need that. We have a disability resource centre who can help, for example, students who are used to getting extra time in their exams at their school or at their university. They can talk to our disability resource centre and we can set up something similar. And our Students' Union do have lots of kind of events and activities for international students. So at the start of the academic year, typically we have an International Freshers Week, where international students tend to arrive a few days before most of the UK students, so they have a bit more time to get settled in. There'll be people to help you do things like set up a bank account, find your way around the city, and there'll be lots of kind of events so that you can get to know other students as well. So there's really a lot going on, particularly at the very start of the year. The career service I wanted to mention in relation to graduate prospects, so what you can do with a Cambridge degree after graduation, what benefit is there to you of a Cambridge degree? And the answer to that is there is a lot of benefit. In terms of either route, for students who are planning to go immediately into the world of work and into employment, we can help with that, but also those who are looking to go into further study, so wanting to go into research and academia as well. Either way, Cambridge graduates are very highly sought after. So we're ranked very well for things like graduate employability. So according to QS, we are ranked number 8 in the world. So we're top 10 out of the whole world for our graduate employability. Employers tend to really like the skills that Cambridge graduates graduate with. In a lot of cases, it doesn't really matter what course you took. Obviously, with the exception of things like if you want to be a doctor, you probably need to study medicine. But in a lot of cases, it's not so much the content of the degree, but it is the skills that were gained that employers really value. So there are a lot of employers in the UK, but also worldwide as well, who they do really want to see or want to employ Cambridge graduates where they can. So we have lots of employers who will come to the university to meet students, to kind of give presentations. So there's lots of opportunities whilst you're a student to connect with potential employers. And then after graduation as well. So our careers service is available to our alumni for life. So at any point after having studied at Cambridge, you can access our careers service. So whether that is looking at the job postings that we have, so lots of employers will give information about their potential jobs to us that we can then give to students. or you might use a career service to help you practice your interview skills or help you kind of brush up your CV and those kind of things. So they can give really a lot of support. And it's very specialised support as well, so it's tailored to different job areas and can be tailored to international students as well. So they can sort of advise you on things like the visa route. So there is a post-study work visa now in the UK, and they can advise you on those kind of things for people who are wanting to stay in the UK after graduation. So just to take a little look at the application process now for the next few minutes. I'm going to start with the undergraduate application process because there are slight differences between undergraduate and postgraduate. So I'm going to start with this one. So if you are thinking of applying to us for undergraduate study, please pay attention now. If you are thinking of applying for postgraduate study, please ignore this particular slide. And when we get to the next slide, that will be relevant to you. So for undergraduate study, we use the UCAS application system. So this is the one that all the UK universities use for undergraduate applications. Some may use it for postgraduate, but all use it for undergraduate. The way that UCAS works is that you can apply to up to 5 university choices with the one application. The only rule in terms of where you can apply is you can only apply to one of Oxford or Cambridge. You can't apply to both in the same application cycle. So there is one decision that you might need to make there. But otherwise, you can choose your 5 universities. The first thing you're going to do is choose the course that you're going to apply to. So you're going to look at that list of the 31 courses that Cambridge has, choose the one that you're most interested in. And it is really important that you choose a course you're interested in because you're going to be studying it in a lot of depth for 3 or 4 years. So that is really important, and it is something we look for in the application process, is we do look for students who have a real genuine interest in that course. The next thing you're going to do is you're going to choose your college, or you're going to make an open application. So we mentioned this a little bit earlier. You may have a particular Cambridge college that you want to apply to. You may not, in which case you can make an open application. We'll then allocate you to a college who will then be the one that considers your application. We do also have admissions assessments for undergraduate entry. So that's an assessment in the subject area that you're applying to study. So you do need to check on our website and find out when that might be, whether you need to register in advance, and you can find out some of the content that might be in that assessment as well, so that you're prepared and ready for that in plenty of time. The UCAS application deadline, if you are applying to Cambridge, Oxford, medicine or veterinary medicine, you need to apply by the 15th of October. That would be our final deadline. But if you are planning to have an overseas interview with us in Singapore or in Malaysia, then you need to apply by the 20th of September. We do interview as part of our application process for undergraduate. This can be done overseas. So as I mentioned, we do have options to do this in Singapore or in Malaysia. So you would need to travel there from Indonesia. Or the other option is that we do have interviews here in Cambridge. So you could choose whether you'd prefer to go to Singapore or Malaysia, or whether you would prefer to come to Cambridge because you want to have a look around the university as well. Typically, we advise you to go to the closer location. So if you can, we would suggest going to Singapore or Malaysia so that you don't have the expense of traveling all the way to the UK, and so that you don't have to deal with things like jet lag when you're having your interview. The interview is an academic-based conversation. So it's not just a chat, it is a conversation about your academic interests. Finding out your academic ability and your potential, whether we think you do really well with the kind of teaching that we have at Cambridge. So that's kind of what the interview is looking into. And then you would find out your decision. So whether you've been accepted or not, you would find that out in January, usually around about the middle of January. And if you're still in high school, we'd give you, if we want to accept you, we would give you what we call a conditional offer. So that is then conditional upon you achieving at a certain level in your final exams. And do just check on our entry requirements as well. We do have our entry requirements listed on our website, so you can get an idea of what kind of level we're looking for. Okay, so moving on to the postgraduate application process. So for those of you who are thinking of applying to master's or PhD courses, this is where you need to pay attention. Those of you interested in undergraduate, you can just take a break for a minute and you can think about what I was just talking about for the previous slide. So this one is the postgraduate application process. The first step is the same. So choose your course. You again are applying to study a particular program, and you can take a look on our course directory and search for the courses that you might be interested in. Step 2 is checking the deadlines. So there are 2 deadlines for all of our postgraduate courses. There is a course deadline and there is a funding deadline. So when you apply, there is an option for you to tick in the application which says, I want to be considered for funding. If you do that, we will consider you for any scholarships you might be eligible for. But to do that, you need to apply by the funding deadline, which is earlier than the course deadline. So if you are going to be reliant on receiving scholarships or funding, you need to make sure you apply by that funding deadline. And then you tick that box. It says you want to be considered for funding. We will then consider you. If you miss the funding deadline, but the course is still open, you can apply to the course, but we won't consider you for any of the scholarship funding. So if you're thinking you might need scholarships, do make sure that you know when that funding deadline is. Typically they are in either December or January. So you do have to apply quite early. If you're wanting to start with us September, October, that deadline will be the previous December, January. So you do need to be ready to apply. You apply through our applicant portal. So that isn't an external system like UCAS. That is through our website. So you go on the postgraduate admissions Cambridge website and you go to the course page of the course you want to apply to. And then on the right hand side, you'll see a black box that says apply now. You click on that box and that will take you to the applicant portal. So you can do that directly through our website and you input all your information there. And you need to submit 2 academic references as part of your application. What you do is you input the email contact for your referee, and then we will contact them and ask them to submit the reference directly to us. So you need to make sure that your referees are aware and are expecting an email from us and are expecting to submit you a reference. Your whole application has to be completed by the deadline, including that reference. So you don't want your application to be invalid because your referee didn't get around to filling out the reference. So you do need to make sure that your referees are kind of ready to submit that for you. The next step is the college choice. So for postgraduate, as I mentioned before, you can choose up to 2 different colleges to put down as your preferences. This is probably slightly less crucial than it is for undergraduate, because for postgraduate, it is the department who makes the decisions, who decides whether to admit you. If a department wants to admit you, then one of the colleges will definitely accept you. So if the department says, yes, we would like this person to attend, then your application will go to the colleges. It will go to your first preference first of all, and they will see if they have space. Then it might go to your second preference. Then it might be that a different college accepts you that isn't one of your first or second choice. Most students do get their first or second choice, but it depends kind of how many students put down which college. It may be that you get a different college. But if the department wants to accept you, then one of the colleges definitely will as well, which means you'll become part of the University of Cambridge and part of one particular college as well. So once you've done all those things, you put down the course, you've applied through the applicant portal in time for the funding deadline, you said you want to be considered for funding, you've got your 2 referees to submit your references. Once that's all done, you can submit your application. Some applicants might be interviewed. So this isn't the case for all courses at postgraduate level. It's not the same as undergraduate. But in some cases, particularly for PhDs, it might be, and for some scholarships as well, it might be that they want to interview you. In this case, they can often do this either by phone or by something like this, something like Zoom or Skype or or any other software. So that can quite easily be done without you having to travel in that case. And that interview, it can vary in terms of the content and the length, but often it's just a good opportunity for you to get to meet your potential supervisor and the potential academics that you might be working with. So they're finding out about you, but then you're finding out about them at the same time. Yeah, so that is more or less what I wanted to talk about. I think if we got a little bit of time for questions. Oh, I think you're just on mute.
All right. Thank you so much for the thorough information, Miss Claire. Now we're going down to the question and answer session. The first question would be, as for Indonesian students who need to study for 4 years for undergraduate degree, will the third year students be eligible to apply for the postgraduate program?
Generally, you would apply in your final year. So if you're doing a 4-year program, you probably need to wait until that 4th year, because your acceptance is usually conditional upon your final results. If you apply in your final year and you say to us, I think I'm going to get really good grades, at the end we would say, great, we will give you an offer. And then at the end, we would need you to send over the transcript and just confirm that you have got that. So if you apply in your 3rd year of a 4-year program, you're not going to be able to send that to us in time to meet your acceptance. So you'd be better off waiting until the next year, because that would be one of the conditions of your acceptance, is that you can send us all those documents.
Okay, would that be also the same from master to PhD program?
Yeah, usually it would be the same. So you can apply when you're in your master's, but usually when you're in that last year, so sometime between sort of September and April, May, let's say, of your kind of last year of study. If you apply too early, you just won't finish your current program in time.
Okay, thank you. The next one, is the application process quite flexible? As for example, the GPA is slightly under the requirements, but the applicants have an excellent job experiences. Will that compensate the application process?
It can, yes. It depends a little bit what course you're applying to. So it's something you can contact the department. So their contact will be on the course page that you're looking at. Some courses, if they are a bit more applied, for example, that might be the case, that if you've got a good work experience, that might compensate a little bit. Some courses that are very academic and very competitive, they might not be quite so flexible. Often for the very competitive programs, they will receive applications from people that meet the entry requirements, and a lot of them. So if you don't quite meet the requirement, it can be difficult. What I would usually say is, if you are slightly below the entry requirement, you need to have something else that's going to convince us to admit you. So we can go below the requirement, but we have to kind of justify to the department, or the department have to justify why they want to take you. So if you've got really good research experience, work experience, you've been published, and you think even though your GPA is a bit low, you're a good candidate, you need to convince us of that in the application, so that we can then justify why we want to go below the entry requirement.
Okay, next one. Apart from chevening and LPDP scholarship, do you offer another scholarship? And can you give us more information about that?
Yeah, there's quite a few. I'm going to go back one slide here. So yeah, chevening and LPDP are probably the big two that everyone in Indonesia knows about already. But we do have quite a few others. It can be like a scholarship for that particular subject, or some of our colleges have their own scholarships. So you might want to look at what college scholarships are available. Then you might choose to put down that college as your preference choice, because then if they accept you, they may be able to offer a scholarship. So the best things to do, one is make sure, as I mentioned, that you apply by the funding deadline and you tick that you want to be considered for funding. And then quite a few of them will just consider you automatically. You don't have to fill out anything else. There are some other scholarships where you need to fill out extra parts. So we have one which is quite well known, which is called Gates Cambridge, which is named after Bill Gates, because he donated a lot of money to us, which we give, it's full scholarships for international students. For this one, it's within the same application, but you need to write a research proposal, and I think there's an interview as well. So that one has a few extra steps. But yeah, there's some links on this particular page. So there is a funding search on our website. So you can put in your nationality and the level of study you want to do and things like that, and it will tell you which scholarships you might be eligible for. So to summarize, there's a lot of scholarships out there, but it is quite complicated. So you do need to kind of do a bit of research through our website just to work out which ones you might be eligible for. But quite a few of them are full scholarships as well. So they will pay your tuition and also your kind of living costs as well. So if you can get one of those, it's quite a good deal.
Okay, next question. Do the applicants need to attach specific formats of documents upon the application, such as the reference letter, CV, or personal statement?
Yes, and if you go on the page for the specific course you're applying to, it will tell you exactly what to submit and in what format. So usually it's an academic CV, the 2 references, and then the other things can vary. So some courses want a research proposal, some they just want a statement of interest. So it can be slightly different, but it should tell you as well things like the word count that they want, so that you know if it's a research proposal, do they want 5,000 words or do they just want 500 words? Because it can really vary. So yeah, you can find that out on the page. For that course, it will tell you exactly what you need to supply.
Okay, next question. How's learning culture in Cambridge? Like, what's the difference between Cambridge and the other cities in the UK?
Oh, that's a good question. I would say it's a very strong learning culture here. So a lot of the focus is on kind of individual learning. So a lot of our postgraduate programs are quite research based. We don't have many programs where you would just go to lectures and sit an exam. There tends to be an element of you conducting your own research. So there's very much a encouragement for you to think about the topics that really interest you and to kind of to dig into those with the support of academics and tutors. So that's probably one of the really big things here. If you want a talk course, you want a master's course where you're just going to sit in lectures and then do an exam, you probably won't find that here. But if you want a course that gives you lots of opportunities to do your own research and kind of actually discover things and make things happen, that's the kind of the academic background we have with all, the Nobel Prize winners that we've had and the research background that we have. I think that's what you would find here.
Okay, thank you. I think this would be the last question.
Sure.
Can the applicants still apply to the University of Cambridge if the undergraduate program, for the undergraduate program, if the person is not from school with IB A level?
That depends a little bit. So we don't accept the Indonesian high school qualification for direct entry. So you may need to do some additional qualifications. So you may need to do a common one is the AP tests from the College Board. So if a student can take 5 of those in addition, or maybe they can take a couple of IB courses, or they might want to start university in Indonesia, and then after 1 year, then they might like to apply to us. So there's different options out there. But they may need to just do a little bit more planning because they can't just apply with their school certificate directly.
Okay, I guess that's the end of our Q&A section. Thank you, Miss Clay, for all the information about University of Cambridge. And if you still have any questions or you're still interested to ask more, you can go to our virtual fair this Friday and Saturday. You'll be able to consult directly with this University of Cambridge or ask for the questions related to your study. Kindly access event.ehef.id and all the information will be there. Thank you once again, Ms. Claire.
Thank you very much for hosting.
Okay, and that's the end of our session today. Thank you for watching and see you again tomorrow. Bye for now.
Bye, everyone.
you.